was be good to happen, but let's talk about what's going to happen in the next match. That'll be very, very interesting. What are your predictions for the picks and bans, Deku?
The picks and bans, I mean, again, if the Fanny gets let through, gotta lock the Fanny in. It's extremely strong. It's withstood the test of time. It's always been a meta pick. You can't really take Fanny out the game. You have to completely revise her kit to get her out the way. On top of that, maybe it seems they were comfortable with letting that glue out. Like you said, they did let the glue out, so I expect them to maybe let that through again. Across most of the regions, a lot of teams ban out the glue. It's not really something you let go, but they gave it up in the opt to bring out the Valentina. So maybe that's like the condition, like we're fine with getting up the glue as long as we can get Valentina and trade on the red side with our swing back picks. That could be a thing, and they're comfortable. Again, they put the Yu Zhong into that matchup against the glue. Maybe they could flex out to something like you said, the Terizla as well. That is something. It's a little more niche because of Terizla. It's kind of like the only time you see him get pulled out now, unless maybe you have like a support in that position 5, and then they like to branch out, put the set with the Terizla out there. Something same way how they kind of use Grok, kind of utilize the wild charge and the penalty zone for the same thing. So we could see those picks, but I'd be interested to see if they go for the glue offering and able to take the Fanny in this match again, or at least in one of these matches.
But something that was very, very unexpected, I thought they were going to pick a Kaja to counter that Fanny, but they picked a Minotaur, which is also a very good counter for Fanny, but the damage that Fanny has early game is very, very uncontested against the Minotaur. He can't do much. He's not a tanky early game, but in the late game, he's a monster with that healing from his S2. That's... you can't do much about him in the late game. He's very tanky. He has a lot of mobility with that flicker and that stun. Then the ultimate combo, it's a 2-3 second stun instantly, basically. And it's a very, very weird to see a Melissa ban that was previously mentioned as well, but maybe a Kaja would have been better. Even a Joy pick, of course. We don't know what went in this first game, but maybe probably the same picks around there. Maybe a Marquis pick, maybe a freshman pick for the side of Egypt, but there is nothing you can do. We didn't know the results. We only know that the team of Egypt won, and that's about it. But let's have high hopes for the team of Algeria to win this maybe match. Who knows? Best of 3, of course, and it's just an environment. The professional thing is that they didn't know how to counter that Fanny. They didn't maybe listen to the drafters or the professional drafters, their coaches. Maybe that was a miscommunication, of course, but that's all I have to say about that last game. Waiting for the second game to start, and let's hope it's gonna be fun.
Absolutely sure it will. Again, both these teams got a lot on the line here. In Egypt, said is currently sitting on top of that leaderboard that we saw briefly before we came back here onto the screen. They are sitting at 2 points. Morocco sitting at 0, and Algeria, they'll be decided on where they sit based off of the second series of the night in between their matchup with Egypt. So that's going to be helping us decide on how day one is kind of going to look. Again, we'll still have that third series, though, finally, where Morocco will make another appearance with Algeria. So that'll be interesting to see as well, to see how things will wrap up. But this will give us a nice starting point, right? A good foundation where these teams will be at least after the second series, and obviously will still be concluded by the third one. But we'll have a nice, clear image after this series here.
Of course. I totally agree with you, but there is so many countries that are competing in this beautiful qualifier, but there is only 3 spots from each region.
That's right.
And I predict that Egypt will get my prediction. I predict that Egypt will maybe get the qualifier from this region. I think it's Northern Africa, I'm not mistaken, or Southern. But it's going to be intense. Of course, they're fighting for that number 1 spot. They're fighting for that spot in the IESF qualifiers, for that tournament, that big prize pool. They can think of that, they're going to be happy. Even so, if they get qualified, they go there, they have a chance to play against the best players in the world, from Philippines, from Malaysia maybe. Even from NA, the team from NA probably is going to be on the same level of the team of MENA. That's from my perspective. But let's hope that someone will maybe make a change. This possibility can also be happening. But Not much else to say about these teams. Both of the teams try their best. The best one that want to try the most won, of course, but we can't give them bad talking about them losing. It's still an enjoyment to play there.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, when you're representing your country, good, bad, or indifferent, regardless of those standings, getting out there to represent your country proudly is the overall victory there. You know, being selected, being picked up, being invited to be out here and show up on for the stage here to qualify for the world event, even if you don't make it, just showing up is good in itself, right? To put your country on the map. Again, like you said and I said, we weren't even familiar with this side of MLBB out from the African region. So it's an eye opener already, just being here and seeing some of these matches come through. And we're seeing teams like Egypt. We were talking about teams with hidden gems or, you know, hidden talents out here. And Egypt seems to be one of the teams that could be. They've only faced one team so far. So we'll have to see how they do up against the rest of the competition. But so far, they do look like a very strong contending team out there to potentially qualify and make it out to Romania this year.
Of course, of course. If that would be the case, I would be very, very... how do I say this? I would meet them, I would shake their hand, I would congratulate them, of course, on their win. But I would be interested to learn more about their playstyle, what they think behind the scenes. Like, who is doing the draft for them? Is their jungler, the tank, doing the shot calling? Or that's all stuff we don't know, and it'd be very, very cool to learn from that, from an interview maybe. But that's left to be seen, of course.
Well, I mean, if you're there, why don't you just handle the interview, a little at-home interview there? All you got to do is show up with a mic and camera and say, "Hey, I'm staff," and there you go. You got yourself a bit of an interview going on. It might be a little breaking, maybe a little unethical, but it'll get the job done. We'll have a nice interview.
Of course, it's worth a try. If you never try, how can you be sure it's not going to work? Look at me. I got to cast one of the most beautiful tournaments ever, and if I didn't pull through, if I didn't learn, this wouldn't have been happening.
That's right. And again, what an honor it is to express to be here to commentate over these games, man, for the Africa regional qualifiers for IESF, to be a part of the 15th year anniversary for IESF, an amazing group, an amazing organization, the largest federation in esports, man. So definitely something to be proud to be a part of, something proud to be casting over, and again, to watch some of these amazing teams be able to compete for something of this magnitude.
We're just hoping the best for the teams, the players, the caster, the production team. Everyone is pulling the rate. I've said previously many times, this is probably one of the hardest things to pull off a very, very good tournament. There's the fact that you need to think about the teams, the time. As you said, for you, it's in the morning. It's like 1 or 2 p.m. for you almost, I think. For me, it's 7 p.m. It's very late in the night, but it's going to be very, very stressful to think, hey, if we didn't be here, who would have been casting the game? What was going to happen? There's probably going to be better casting us, but who knows? If you weren't here, there is always the possibility that this wouldn't have been happening.
No, you know what? It is no better casting. I'm also here to compete, here to represent my country. It doesn't get better than this. I don't know about you, Dakota, but I will definitely talk for myself here. I definitely feel like I'm one of the top contenders as well, and that's why we're here. That's why we're here getting to cast this amazing series that we'll get to see. Very excited though, still feeling that pins and needles that I had this morning when I woke up through Series 1, getting to see Egypt take down Morocco, hoping to see Algeria stand up, put Egypt maybe on the back end here, maybe show them that it's not going to be as easy as it seems from Series 1. I'm looking for a full series. I love full series. I hate sweeps, man. I can't stand seeing sweeps. I love to see it go the distance. Obviously, it's only a best of 3, so it's only so far we can take it, but let's take it there nonetheless.
Of course. I totally agree with you. We're on the same level. The longer the game, the more exciting it's going to be. If it was a best out of 7, that would be very, very intense.
It would be. It'd be crazy. Day 7, best of 7 on day 1. That's we're getting right to the races, aren't we? So, but it won't be too long, right, until we head into these matches. Definitely right around the corner. Just waiting on a few T's to get crossed, a few I's to get dotted, and we'll be heading into Series 2 of the Africa Regional Qualifiers, man. And now that I know we're literally right at the door of some exciting MLBB matches, the heart, man, it's pumping, it's racing right now. I can't wait to see what we get.
I can't wait as well. I don't have words to describe what's going to happen, but we're hopefully going to be entertained by these players, and we're going to get shown their strategies, as I said previously. That's going to be the most important thing for me to learn. That's the best thing you could do as a caster: learn, adapt, and maybe even spot out some mistakes that maybe even pro coaches wouldn't get. Of course.
I see. Well, I do know one thing. I will offer a bit of advice as a caster. The last thing you should be doing is not be having words to express the moment. That's kind of our thing. As the Cody, you can't say you don't have words to express. That's what we're here for. We're here to put the words on top of the actions here in the land of Dawn. That's what we got to do. That's the baseline.
That's also true, right? Of course. But we're waiting to get a game started, and let's hope it's going to be an intense game. I'm going to keep saying the same words because I love talking about this team, this region. I've just been here one day, not even one day, maybe 5-6 hours, and the players have been nice. I've congratulated the team of Egypt. I know the players personally, but it's intense. I've congratulated both of the teams. It's very nice that you know these players. Like, you wouldn't have been knowing them if it wasn't for this beautiful community, this MPL in MENA, in NA. I wouldn't be known about you. That's the best thing that could happen.
With these teams here, I know you said you're a little closer associated with Egypt, but up against Algeria. So do you feel like heading into Series 2, do you think they bring the broom out again and maybe sweep their whole day away? Or do you think maybe Algeria can give them a run for their money here?
Maybe Algeria can pull something off, but I highly doubt that they can do a full sweep of Algeria. Maybe there's a possibility always, but everyone makes a mistake and it's going to happen. As we say that the game has started, and we already see 3 bans. From the side of Algeria, we see a joy ban, and from the side of Egypt, we see the Farsa and the Lapu Lapu, which is very interesting. The Lapu Lapu has been banned, and the Waran gets banned again. Very, very aggressive fighter and marksman. And we see a Novaria and an Arlot ban from the side of Algeria. Very, very nice.
And Occupy is going to pick up that Valentina again. So it's looking like they want the prio in that mid lane. They like putting this pick into the hands of, not Speedy there, but Smile there in the mid lane.
And we see the Kaja, the Martis get picked by the side of Algeria. I was talking about the Kaja. It's a very, very good pick. And we see a Kadita in the mid lane versus that Valentina, which is going to be a weird matchup. But we also see that Glue was left open again. He's getting picked straight off.
I'm honestly very surprised that Glue and Valentina were given up. I mean, obviously you got to give up. You got to have a little give and take, especially when you're playing on the red side. You have to give a little to take a little. They picked up the Kaja, but you gave up Valentina and Glue. Both of these picks have very nice win rates, but look at that. There goes that Turismo pick that you were talking about that you wish we could have seen last time, right? When they had the Yuzhong, you were like, well, maybe the Turismo would be a nice adjustment. It looks like Algeria is going to make that call there. So you're going to see a little bit of what you were talking about here unfold.
Of course, but what's interesting that Team Algeria has banned Moskov and Leslie. One, probably the weirdest ban I have seen so far in this series is the Leslie. She's a monster to be dealt with in the late game, but she's super, super squishy. But we see Leo take the Akai versus the Martis in the jungle, which is a very, very nice matchup. But we also see the Kadita, which is a very, very good counter for that Brody.
That's right. And, you know, looking at these, you can kind of see already kind of what they're going for. Like Occupy, or Egypt has a bit of they have a lot of pick-off potential, but they're very strong in the team fights. They kind of have like what I like to call like a charge composition with the Grok, the Glue, and the Kai. It's very easy for them to force team fights when maybe Algeria won't be ready, maybe not comfortable when things are on cooldown. Speaking of cool down, the timer has ran out. We have loaded into the match here, Zakato. It's going to be Egypt taking on Algeria in Series 2, Game 1 of Africa Regional Qualifiers for IESF. And man, what a time it is to be alive, and especially what a time it is to be one of us casters up here on the desk.
And there has been a game pause. Maybe there's something wrong with the system, or maybe it was a misclick. But let's see. Something interesting I saw in this game is that all of the members are helping to clear the blue side of Martis, beside the marksman, of course. But on the side of Egypt, only Brody is helping the Akai. That clear to get that invade, maybe. or even challenge that Little Wanderer. But you can see that in the bottom there is a fight for that Terizla. And they're just poking and poking, but the glue region is very, very good. And we can see that Valentina goes behind the tower. And we see use of the glue flicker already, which is very interesting.
Yeah, they went for a deep cut there to start out, going for that level 2 rotation that they did in Series 1, but obviously met a little bit more confrontation. I did like the move that Smile made, though. Sat in that bush, didn't try to rush through the tri-bush area, but waited until the minions clashed to be able to safely, traverse back to safety. Because had she tried to contest and walk through that tri-bush, probably would have ended up falling and given a first blood over to Ronin or a Pika there. So I like that even though things got a little messy, they cleaned it up pretty nicely.
Yeah. Totally agree with you, but we can see that in the bottom there's still that clash between the XP laners. And it looks like maybe Terizla is going to fall in that clash, but he backs off at the right time. In the top lane, there is nothing that can be explained easily. We can see that the Beatrix back down, everyone is playing very passively. We can see that there's a lot of pressure on the mid lane from that Valentina. She's going to give that vision on that Martis, going to poke him out, but we can see that Terizla is getting there. And maybe he can do something against that Valentina, but we can see that the Aka is also on his way there. Very, very good rotation from the side of Egypt.
And Akai, Leo does have the XP advantage right now. Already has the level 4, working towards level 5. Ronin just unlocked it, using the Mortal Coil to separate a little bit of space. So a lot of action down on the XP side. They want to look for a pick off, using the heavy spin from Leo. Will they be able to secure a kill? Hasn't been able to find one just yet. The penalty zone can come out at any moment. He's not going to be able to pull it out as Ronin finds one with the decimation. There goes the penalty zone, but it's too late as he's going to get penalized. A 1-for-1 down to the bot side, but a play made for Vegeta. I think they're out of mana, but it doesn't matter. Still going to find the kill on the Alpha. So that's kills into the favor from the side of Algeria here early on in the match.
Of course, and that gives the side of Algeria basically a free objective, but I don't see that contesting it. But what's weird, I see that the Valentina has picked up the March out instead of the Terizla or the Kaja.
Right, and that... Oh, yeah, go ahead, man.
There's only a counter to one Valentina that I know. Even there are so many others you can choose from them. But you can see that Egypt gets that objective for free, and that Kaja gets picked up by the Grok wall.
Does get picked off utilizing that wall charge, so they're able to even up things as far as the kill, and they found the turtle, so putting themselves back in control there. They're sitting at about 2k ahead right now, Zakata.
Yeah. 2k ahead, and they get that little wonder eye for that vision in the mid lane and in the river. You can see that the Grok is going to annoy that Martis, but he gets the red already, so there is no reason to poke him and annoy him. Is the Kaja giving vision for the Beatrix in the bushes? The Martis there going to contest that Grok. Valentina also on his way to support the Grok in the fight, but I don't think they're going to engage into anything.
Alright, not going to engage in anything, so things have slowed down a bit since a lot of the action that was contesting around that first neutral objective. Both teams that went even, obviously the first one falling into the hands of Egypt, who has played exceptionally well when it comes to objectives. We saw how they played tower-based in the first series, and now still keeping control in the early stages of the match. Probably going to look to profit and capitalize and turn those into plays, but look at the Divine Judgment, and a Rough Waves comes out. Is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Smile. Nothing to smile about there. It's going to put a quick frown onto the mid laner of Egypt as they find that kill, but things may not be over. Leo does run into a bit of a roadblock, but he's going to make it safely to the tower, so not too much is going to go wrong there. But on the top side, Snake finds a kill onto Kakashi Sensei, and that's going to be huge for the side of Algeria to further this gold lead.
Of course, but we saw in the bot lane that Terizla has used the penalty zone very, very early into the fight, leaving him no utility, basically, well, no CC. And we get that in the blue there is a fight for that blue of Martis, and there's getting claimed by Leo. Wow, Leo is 2 levels ahead of the Martis. That's... I mean, it's noticeable, but if, with a good CC from that Kaja, they can claim the objective super easily, the use of the Martis.
That's right, and we got Turtle up right now, and you can see Kakashi trying to provide some of that vision, keeping an eye, keeping the tabs on the members of Algeria here, trying to make sure this contest goes pretty much in their way. Nice barrier wall as well. to go ahead and slow down the Martis Ronin, but he's on his way with the Mortal Coils, but too late as Leo locks that in, and good wild charge. They did a great job of zoning off that neutral objective.
Of course, but something interesting that I've just noticed that Ronin has fully gotten cursed helmet and he didn't opt to go for the Guardian helmet earlier. Like Leo is doing. Leo is building some defense, some steel leg plate, and he's going for that Guardian helmet. He's going for the small items first, and then he's going for the big items, which is very, very interesting.
It's interesting that you say that, because recently, right, on this patch from 1.7.82, they actually nerfed the Molten Essence component. So a few teams, a few players, junglers have been looking to just fully rush that core item instead of just using a component, since it's been a little reduced as far as effectiveness. But it seems it won't affect too much. But look at this. We almost saw a nice Breath of the Ocean come up. Yeah, I thought we were finna go off the deep end and make him go swimming. A flicker though from Tada. Try to pull off a magic trick, but it doesn't go his way. But now a siege in the mid lane. They're looking to find the outer turret here, and it's gonna go up without any contest. Is Algeria is gonna have to stand there defenseless.
Well, we saw that the Akai keeps invading the Martis jungle, and Martis is getting super underfarmed. The Akai is right now 3 levels ahead of Martis, and he's a lot of head on gold, 100%. But you can see that the Grok is providing extremely good vision, and the Valentina is getting that Terizla maybe to get his seat for that Grok with that penalty zone and that flicker.
You know, we're seeing a lot of what we witnessed in the first series. They're down in kills, but they're up 4K gold right now. But look at this wild charge. They're going to commit to the tower dive. Pika does get pulled up by the piggyback ride. The grab connects. Pika's extremely low. Smile will go ahead and pick up the kill, but a nice divine judgment over the wall. And again, the second time we've seen this combination, as the rough waves did find the kill. They're going to go ahead and cut out this wave here and maybe look for another dive onto this Kaja. Tada might be short of this world. They're going to go ahead and sandwich him in. There goes the barrier wall. He doesn't have a lot of room to work with. He dashes over into the grab. So Kakashi Sensei not going to let him go, and Speedy is going to eradicate him off this map as they find the tower as well. Right now, we are seeing a domination coming out from the side of Egypt.
Of course, but right now that Beatrix has gotten that bottom lane turret, giving her a bit more gold to get to that first item, that BOD. Oh, she already has gotten, I didn't even see that. Maybe she's going for a Malefic Roar. But you can see that Kadita gets a penalty on Brody, the rough waves, and the penalty zone coming on from the Terizla. The Grok can't do anything to save the Brody, which is very, very unfortunate, but it's a very, very good play from that Kadita. Insane play, very good reflexes.
It was a Uno reverse moment from them. They thought they had the kill secured, but look at this divine judgment comes out with the flicker. Tada might be able to make a play happen. I do see the rough waves come out from Smile. Not gonna be able to pick him up. That's the courtesy play from the IMU, able to use that ultimate, not offensively there, but defensively.
Of course, we can see that the Akai is pulling the lore to the left side of the jungle, trying to get maybe some bait in, but you can see that the top part of the map is very, very well patrolled by the team of Algeria. The Martin is poking that glue, going for that objective. Doesn't use the S2 fully, the Mortal Coil fully, excuse me, but you can see that the Beatrix gets clammed on by the glue, and she's getting poked very hard, and that eliminates her from the fight. You can see that Leo tries to save her, but no luck.
Oh, look at all, does end up falling. Snake gets taken out, and with Lord up and a member missing from the side of Algeria, this should be an easy take for the side of Egypt. And again, showing why they are here, why they deserve this spot right now. Still down, but hang on. Penalty zone comes out from Terizla. They are looking to find a kill. Ronin trying to find someone in the range for the decimation, but the HP bars aren't dropping fast enough. Right now, Pika is in trouble. He's been picked up by Alpha on this piggyback ride. Still alive, still sustaining. But Smile will go ahead and finally put the finishing touches on top of him. This Pika, or not Pika, but Tada will make his way to the turret. Gets caught out by the heavy spin here. Runner's Apathy is lining up, finds the mark. Not gonna be able to find the kill. Ronin, though, picks up one, finds the double kill, and underneath the turret is a lot of trouble. Looking for the third. There goes. It gets actually denied. Snake is gonna steal that and deny it away from him. He won't find the triple kill, but they still take down 3 members in trade for 2. But again, Egypt still in control as far as the map and economy.
Of course, but we are seeing that Leo has stolen the lore, not even stolen the lore. He wasn't contested at all because of the fight that was happening. They've gotten a filler, those minions will push in that tower, and the lanes will be in the side of Egypt, in the proposition of Egypt. They will get maybe a huge minion wave piling up, pushing that top lane, but you can see that there is contesting for the red side of Marquis. Still, there is 3-level difference between both of the junglers, which is a very, very big gap.
Yeah, speaking of gap,
that retro gap was insane as well.
it is, but so again is the economy. I mean, now up 5K as a team and still behind in kills. It is ridiculous how well they play this map. They play the game objectively, but look at this heavy spin coming out from Leo. They're gonna isolate Pika by himself, but a concealed play comes out. They're trying to decide they're gonna help him. Nice wild charge. Big play. Penalty zone comes out, but Pika will be punished for the engage. Kadita using the rough waves to go ahead and disengage, not able to find a kill. Ronin steps up, uses the ice retribution. Mortal coils are coming out, but his HP bar is dropping. Snake will finalize the kill with the Renner shot to the face. 2 for 2 on the board here. But again, still in control is Egypt.
Something that was very, very interesting in that fight was that Valentina has gotten that decimation from Marquis, but she didn't get that mark on, and she missed it by a slight bit of health, which is very, very unfortunate, but still. That was a very, very good play from the side of Egypt. They got to push that top lane tower. There's nothing else to say about them. They're playing very well coordinated. There is always something going on. Either that there's farming, there's wave management, there is a bit of camping as well, which is very, very good. Because that Valentina has that Kaja ultimate, it means an easy pick-off maybe.
It does indeed mean an easy pick-off. They're able to line it up just right, especially since they have Kakashi here. It looks like they might have found their target. Use the Divine Judgment onto Nito. He does get taken out courtesy of the plays made from the bush camping you were talking about. Runner Empathy did connect, but it's on Kakashi. Doesn't do too much damage. They have the number advantage. They have waves crashing in the top and bot side, and they're going to go ahead and try to utilize it with the concealed play. Ronin, though, does a good job of starving them off with the Mortal Coils. But again, still have another wave pushing in. It doesn't look like they're going to walk away for free. They know they have the number advantage, and look at them. They're going to crowd up. They're going to go ahead and take this top high ground tower, courtesy of Alpha, helping out with the zone, using the splits with the disengage. And look at this, so calculated. Not a movement wasted. They found the tower, didn't overstay for the kills here, Zakata, went straight to the Lord.
And something that's interesting is that none of their flickers or retributions were used in that fight. Nothing was used. Everything, they still have all of their abilities, most likely. There is nothing that was wasted in that fight, as you said. But you can see that the top lane is getting pressure more, but in the bot lane, the minions are trailing up. And it's very, very good. The blue recalls, though, and he clears that bot wave easily. There's no contention, because they have to defend that top lane because of that Lord. If not, that he gets that charge in, and the tower gets to 50% of HP, and it's very, very bad for them. Because of that Brody, he's very hard hitting. He's like a truck. He can melt that base in 2-3 hits. But you can see that Kakashi is camping on the blue side of the jungle. You can see that there's 4 members piling up inside of that jungle. You can see that the Akai, the Leo, is sitting there giving vision from the top lane. You can see that the Grok goes with the wild charge.
Smile finding the kill on the Pika, using the heavy spin to create space. Lord still has a healthy amount of HP. They could decide to look to end the game here. You see Nikhil looking for a play with the rough waves, but going to be taken out by Smile. He's found 2 kills in this engagement. Look at the usage of the penalty zone. And with the wave of the wand, they're all gone. And they're going to take game 1 in series 2. Egypt, man, showing some dominating, spectacular performances, Zagato.
That was very, very intense, but we saw that Brody hit that tower like a truck. 2-3 hits on the tower was already destroyed. The Lord managed to get a few hits in that base as well, chipped it down for the Brody, and they got that 4-man kill, and there's nothing that Ronin could do to defend.
That's right, and honestly, a taste of their own medicine. We saw a couple of penalty zones come out from the side of Algeria, but Egypt, with Smile in their mid lane with the IMU, showing them how to use it to its maximum efficiency. Like I said, a 4-man set to go ahead and close out that match. I honestly forgot which one was the original Terizla there.
I was honestly confused as well, but I saw that. But right now we're gonna see the scoreboard right now. Let's see how well did they do in damage and kill-wise. Guess that the Valentina gets the MVP, greatly deserved. It's an 8-3-4 kill, death, assists. Very, very good. But the Marty is getting that MVP as well. He was playing extremely well, but he just got outbested. And right now the replays are gonna be shown to you in a couple of seconds. That's the most intense part of the game. In the bot lane there was that fight, Pika almost getting at level 4, and they getting 2 picks, and Pika almost got that penalty zone down, which slowed them down a bit. But it was a 1-for-1 trade, of course.
That's right, and it didn't stop there. We saw Nito stepping up, looking for a trade there. We saw the combinations all game. The Divine Judgment, the Wild Charge, everyone using that quick burst to find kills. Obviously, though, the side of Egypt using it a little bit better than the side of Algeria. We saw a lot of bottleneck fights, and again, in the same match, Egypt was behind in kills for the majority of this match to the last moment, but they were able to use such good synergy, such good decision-making there. As you can see, the coordination, they were sandwiching turrets, coordinating their dives, coordinating the pickoffs. That's courtesy of the sandwich right there when Speedy found that kill. A few moments, though, where it seemed like Algeria wanted to fight it out, but again, Egypt overwhelming them with their decision making, with their approach to the team fights, being able to find isolated picks, able to put the burst down effectively. Kato, this is a beautiful performance from them.
Of course, but right now we can see that the Akai got cancelled out, and that's what I was thinking about. The decimation from the Marty is very, very intense. But if he hasn't missed it on the last skill, would have gotten that speed buff to catch up to Leo, maybe it could have been a game changer.
That's right, and then look at this, man. A penalty zone from Pika, but he got punished for it. It was honestly not a bad set, but as far as timing, didn't exactly place it to where the team could follow up immediately, and we saw him get it bursted out, rightfully so. The Snake was able to find one, though, in there, and Smile training it right back out. But towards the end of this matches, again, Egypt started to come alive in these engagements, in these team fights, and right here, you're going to see what it looks like when you have perfect timing and a perfect set. A quick four-man to go ahead and end the game. Look at Smile. You can see him being so patient here. He timed it the whole way, found the kill on one, and then look at this. They're grouping up. Time to go in, time to punish them, and they go ahead and end the game here shortly after finding a four-man wipeout, only leaving one lone survivor, and that being the Martis there.
Wow, that was a very, very intense match. I actually thought Algeria could pull something off to maybe defeat the side of Egypt, but right now the second game is about to start, and we are in the draft and ban phase right now.
Right on time too, right on cue. Nothing's been taken up. But before we start harping around, we know a lot of these bans will be a little here and there traditional that we normally see the joy. So let's talk about some more interesting things. We're talking about maybe Algeria can give Egypt a little bit of a run of their money, stand up a little taller than what we saw with Egypt versus Morocco. But man, that game, even the draft felt very similar to what we saw from Series 1, man. It didn't feel like there was many adjustments. Egypt played the game pretty much the same way, and they play it in such an unconventional method. They play it to their pace. They're fine with letting you get those kills and those early skirmish wins because they're completely focused on knocking down those towers, winning those early neutral objectives. They're cool with being behind on kill count, but they are definitely not okay with letting you have a gold lead, letting you have map control, and they haven't inched a budge in 3 matches straight.
Something I was interesting, I thought they were gonna pair up that Terizla with a hard CC tank like a Minotaur, like I previously slated. Because there was no follow-up for the Terizla penalty zone, which is a very, very big shame, as that ult is very good paired up with a flicker combo. But the grok that was picked up by the side of Egypt was intense as well. The plays that they made with that wall, that grok wild charge is very, very good as a stun. They can't do much about it, and he has CC immunity of his S1 skill, which is very good as well.
Right, it is very good. And something I do want to point out, though, real quick while we're at these bans, Egypt actually went ahead and banned out the Valentina. Why that's so interesting is they went for the Valentina just about all their matches, even on the blue side, right? They prioritized the Valentina for their first pick. They did it up against Algeria, or not Algeria, but Morocco as well when they were on the red side, giving up that glue. So now I'm really wondering, like, what's the prio here now? What exactly will they prioritize in their composition on these swing back picks after Algeria makes their first move?
I think they will prioritize Afani, to be honest, like they did with the match against Morocco. And I think the team of Algeria will pick up that glue or that Faramis, which is left open. If side of Algeria picks that Faramis, then they can have a clear, safe path against that glue pick, which is very, very good. But I don't think we're going to see that today. Maybe we're going to see a bit of Ling. Maybe we're going to be some assassin play, depending on the enemy draft, of course. Enemy, as I say, Algeria versus Egypt. Anything can change, but we see that for Aramis pick I was talking about. Let's see, do we see a Terizla or an Yuzhong pick? That's, I think, we're going to be my picks play. But we see an Eve, which is very, very good for zoning out the enemies, closing that objective, ganking those lanes. She has very, very good damage on her ult. She has CC immunity, which is very good for team fight in general.
But I actually like it because the Faramis is obviously geared for the 5v5s, right? Using that Cult Ultra, you're looking to clash every time that it's off cooldown. It's on a long cooldown, sits at 80 seconds now thanks to recent nerfs, but every time it's up and available, you're looking at team fight. It goes so well for Egypt when you put this Eve here because Eve performs extremely well in team fights. And the great thing about it is because since they nerfed Faramis ult in more ways than just the cooldown, now you have to stay within the realm of the cold ult. Once you step out, you lose that extra life. You lose that extra second chance in those team fights. And who gets to capitalize on that small area of effect? The Eve. They nerfed her box from that 7x7 down to that 5x5, but that Cold Ultra fits perfectly right into it. So once they pop that Cold Ultra, you're able to pop the real world manipulation and punish them with slows. You're able to burst out that shield, make them become immobilized, and let your team kind of clean up and follow up afterwards. So it's a beautiful response here from the side of Egypt. Not a bad first pick, though, from the side of Algeria at all.
But we saw that Frederian pick, which can combo extremely well with that Eve, with that taunt and with that second skill, with that knockup. Can do a lot of damage. That Eve with that taunt, it's just gonna drag them inside even more for that Eve to get some free hits in free poke. But with that Tang Lancelot getting picked, and we can see that Cloud again versus that Brody. We saw how good Brody dealt last game, and we see that there is La ban, which is very, very interesting. We're getting a lot of fighter and mage ban, but less marksman ban this time. Of course, but it was already picked.
Right, and I like the Terizla ban. I feel like it would have went nice, especially because you're looking for those team fights. You're looking for to have them grouped up, especially with Terizla. I think the Shadow Stampede and the penalty zone goes really well together. And then obviously the burst damage that Furnace can put down subsequently lets the Terizla rise up. It's also very good up against Brody, right? Brody's not very mobile, so Terizla can actually have a field day with those flicker penalty zone plays because obviously, as we know, they adjusted Flicker to let you combo that with a couple heroes' ultimates and different various skills. And Terizla is one of those that got a little bit of love with that. And Speedy would have a hard time having to deal with a penalty zone every so often in those team fights. That Corrosive Strike wouldn't be able to let him break free. So I think it's a pretty good read. And Pika had an okay game. I think he got outshined by Smile with the Valentina, but he did play a respectable Terizla. So I think it's definitely a solid ban there.
Yeah, of course, but they banned out the Yuzhong, they banned out the Atlas, two things that the Eve can combo with. We can see that Tammuz pick starting here. Maybe they're going to pair it up against the Khalid or something early game at Dairos. That could be very well possible, but we see that Kufra getting picked. Cancel that Brody dash away, as you say. He's not very mobile, so he can get caught easily by that Flicker. Kufra, even ult Kufra Flicker, which is going to be insane.
Right, it definitely will be insane. This Thomas pick though is so interesting. At least again from this whole region thing, I haven't seen Thomas in a long time. Not a while ago, it seemed like Thomas you couldn't escape seeing him in a match, and now he's kind of like an old toy on a shelf, just collecting dust. But out here in Africa, it seems maybe he's very much alive, or at least for this Egyptian team, he is alive and well for them and a very strong piece in their XP. I'm actually wondering what can Algeria utilize up against this. They're going to go for the Esmeralda here.
Of course, I was expecting there to be an Alpha or a Bane pick maybe because this Leo is super tanky. Tammuz is super tanky, of course, but I think they went up against my word. But we see the Minotaur pick, which combos well with that Eve, Fredrin, even Tammuz.
I'm still scratching my head though. I mean, obviously, like see Pika can get usage, right? Using Esmeralda up against Smile on this Eve, you can leech away some of the shielding. But then again, your matchup against Themis, who, at least as far as I'm aware, in history was always a good matchup against Esmeralda. But that is without taking into account, though, Esmeralda has received, 2 buffs in a row now? Not this last patch, but the previous 2 patches before that, she had received buffs to her damage and to her cooldowns, I believe, or her shield. So maybe that tilts this matchup into her favor here. So that could be a reason why they were still comfortable slotting into Esmeralda up against Thames. But Dakota, here we are. It's going to be game 2 between Algeria and Egypt. Egypt currently leading 1-0. Seems a little familiar, doesn't it? Will they be able to sweep Algeria here and complete Series 2 out here in the Africa Regional Qualifiers for IESF in Romania, or will Algeria be able to even things up and reset the series 1-1?
Who knows? That's left to be seen by the players and how everything will go during the game. But you can see that the Tamus is playing very aggressively against that Esmeralda. She cannot do nothing early game against him. He has that true damage with his passive, but you can see that in the bot lane. They're still trying maybe to poke at that Lance, or maybe trying to make him use the retribution for that Lito. But there's everything left to be seen. They have very, very good combos for the side of Egypt with that Eve, with that Fridrin, with that Tamus, even that Minotaur, which is very interesting. He's using the tank emblem and not the support emblem for his flicker.
That's right. So that is something to be able to talk about, having that support emblem. Definitely very, definitely interesting thing that you caught there. But look at this down on the bot side. Bit of a puncture coming out. Thorn Rose. They're trying to punish Kakashi Sensei, but not able to find the kill. But obviously, as you can see, they're trying to put some pressure early on in the match.
I guess in the Brody poking out that Lancelot, that Cloud, but he can't do much early game till he gets that level 4 power spike with that ultimate. He can easily melt the Cloud after that. But you can see that the Kufra is maybe looking forward to jump, but you see that in the top lane there is a 2-on-1 on that Esmeralda. The Fredrin gets that ulti, gets that secure for that kill, and it's a free objective basically for them. But Esmeralda will be back in time, but she won't have level 4.
Down on the bot side, bit of trouble. Speed is going to outplay and sidesteps the Kufra, looking for the engage with the Tyrant's Rage, and he's going to get punished. Both members from Algeria throwing bodies away to Egypt, and this is not what you want to see. They definitely don't need any extra help. Already a well-oiled machine, and now with a 3-0 start, this is ridiculous. And Tada finds a kill, though, puts Algeria onto the board finally here.
Speedy got a bit too greedy, but you can see that the Lancelot is trying to contest that Fredrin, and he gets the objective. The Esmeralda wants to go in, but decides not to because she's still under farm. But you can see in the middle lane that Faram is pulling that Minotaur, that Kufra jumping on that Eve, poking around, making her lose a bit of HP. But still, in the top lane, they're still brawling. Both of them great sustained fighters, but one of them has to be the best. And my pick would be Tamus because of his build right now. With Demon Hunter Sword and Corrosion Sights, against an Esmeralda will be very, very hard to fight.
Yeah, it seems to still be a problem, but look at this. Manoa Fury comes out from Kakashi Sensei. Speedy trying to capitalize on it. Found 3 marks. Didn't get 4. Definitely not looking to utilize that Torn Apart Memory too early there. Ooh.
Kufra jumps on the minions to make them a bit slower so they can gather a bit. We can see that the Lancelot is poking out at Eve, but she's forced to use the flicker and she gets out unscathed almost. In the top lane, the Tamus is cutting the wave. Under tower, make that Esmeralda use everything. We can see that Brody using the Torn Apart Memory is not getting the kill. Cloud using the ultimate. The Kufra ultimate was used under tower, but the Fredrin survived. And the Lancelot gets a claim on that. Wow. That Eve ultimate was placed a bit weirdly, but it still did its job to kill that Roamer, that Minotaur. And they get another kill on Ronin, on the Lancelot with the Brody, getting him more fed.
Right, they are getting a little more fed here. And like you were saying on the top side, it seems Alpha's having his way. So even with all the adjustments that have happened to Esmeralda's in the terms of buffs, up against this matchup that has received no love in a long time, it seems that things are still true. Thamus is the winning piece, but look at the Tyrant's Rage Flicker combination. Kakashi, though, going to use the Minoan Fury to re-engage Snake, using the Tyrant's Revenge. Now Blazing Wood comes out from Tada, looking to make a magic vanishing act happen. Speedy, though, is going to be able to find the kill. Nito's able to trade him right back out to a 1-for-1, make that a marksman down for a roam. And if I am the side of Egypt, or Algeria here, I'm taking that trade any day of the week. But look at this, a Shadow Stampede looking to pull back in Smile, but he might have brought his own demise here. Real world manipulation drops down, chunks away at the HP bar, not going to be able to find the kill, but Leo, in the meantime, will find the turtle, but now looking to contest, looking for a little bit more. Goes in for the orange buff, was able to pick that up.
He was able
to walk away. He stole it. Nice plays from Leo there.
That was a very, very intense fight, but the Eve, we saw her use all of her skills, all of her arguments. She's still on cooldown probably, but the Lancelot is going in, getting a poke count. Eve can't do anything, gets picked out by the Lancelot. Against the Esmeralda going to stun at Fredrin. He can't do much, he's very tanky, he's a walking bridge as you said, he's a stun machine, he's a freak. You can't do anything to him. He's playing it as he should, he's very, very confident, because in the Thomas closing in behind them, jumping on that minion instead of the Paramis. The Paramis is forced to use ultimate. The Thomas cancels it, and the Paramis using Flicker. Esmeralda using Falling Moonstar again. Getting caught out between the Thomas and the Paramis. Paramis falls down. Wow. The Lancelot goes in, tries to save the Paramis, but no cigar. Tries to get out. Kufra jumps into Thomas. Gets cancelled by the Minotaur. Eve used the ult, pokes the Minotaur out. Insane play from the side of Egypt.
They're going absolutely wild right now, Zakota. That 3-man set from Kakashi set up a beautiful double kill for Alpha, who's having a great game right now on the Stamos, easily winning the XP lane matchup. He's 3-0-1 up against Peak on this Esmeralda, and he just locked in that dominance ice, which is going to make things that much harder for Pika, negating some of that sustainability. But look at this Pika with the falling star moon. I don't know really what the call was there. Almost gets punished. Appraiser Wrath came out, wasn't able to find the mark, but now Kakashi looking to potentially make a play here. You're seeing Ronin using the puncture and that Thorn Rose to escape. Smile finds the kill on Nito there. So just a 1 for 0. It won't be too long until he respawns in, though. He is playing for Ramus with that wonderful passive to reduce that spawn in timer, but hang on. Action might not be over. Leo contesting the orange buff again. Was he able to pick it up? No, this time Ronin was able to lock it in. Blazing Duet comes out. The Tyrant's Rage is going to miss the mark. Alpha looking to punish Pika again. I think he has a personal vendetta up against his XP laner, looking to pick up his double kill here. Doesn't find it. Smile able to lock it in. Tyrant's Revenge comes down, shuts down Alpha. Someone finally stops that man. His first death in the game. Here comes real world manipulation. Reality is setting in. Appraiser's Wrath won't find the kill thanks to the Colt altar there, but now he's being punished and he's a lone man all by himself. Gets taunted with the energy eruption, but I think the action there is going to go ahead and end there for Staccato.
Of course, because that's the top turret is 1 HP. The Fredrin is trying to get that flame in. He has a turret down. Because in the top lane there is nothing happening. The team of Egypt hasn't lost any turrets yet. They're waiting that 8 minutes maybe for the Lord to get early advantage, to get that pushing minions. That Lord, even though if he's weak, he can still do a bit of damage. They're going to be forced to defend that turret either way. We can see that the Kufra is getting poked out by the Minotaur revealed, and we can see that the Fredrin is sandwiched in me. Taunt him and they get a kill on the Roamer, which is a very, very bad thing after the Lord Stone. You can see that the Tamus is going in the turret. Esmeralda forced to use Firing Star Moon, and she forced to use Sprint again. She doesn't survive though. This time she ran out of luck. If she had the Purify, maybe she could have escaped, but that's if a maybe.
Well, maybes don't win games here. This is Esports Staccatos. They are keeping members at bay. They're locking in that Lord. We saw the Phantom Execution come out for a segment from Ronin, but just a bit of a bluff. Not able to find a kill, but look at Snake. He's charging up the Tire's Rage. Doesn't connect. Use the Tire's Revenge. Doesn't connect as well. But someone that is going to connect is a Blazing Duet into the backside. Finds 3 members. Not able to pick up a kill just yet. Speedy is low. Pika's trying to capitalize. He uses the flicker, and there goes the real manipulation. They're going to keep him locked down. He could not close the distance, could not close the gap. Gets clapped instead, as now the side of Egypt is looking to go ahead and siege this high ground tower in the mid lane. And I don't think Algeria has enough to hold them back. You can see Ronin trying to do all he can. Gets his puncture canceled, finally gets it through. They clear the cannon minion. So they're able to hold it down just a little bit longer, but there's a Lord marching down in the mid lane.
There's a few taunting going on from Team of Egypt in the mid lane, but you can see that the Lord is pushing the mid lane. He's marching towards it. We can see that Esmeralda, maybe he's going to try and find that turret. But you can see that the Tamus is ready to use ult, taking that tower instantly, extremely fast. There's nothing else they can do. The Lord is already attacking their turret. The Brody is not there. so he can't end quite yet. But against that, Ronin going in gets cancelled by the Minotaur, but he goes out. Kufra pushes Leo and Kakashi into the tower, but they didn't get the claim on them. Brody is there, gets a kill on Tada, gets a kill on Snake, and he gets a kill on Nero, claiming a triple kill. And he gets a Maniac. The first Maniac of the series happened right now by our favorite marksman, Speedy. Yes, they don't have minions yet. They're clearing very fast, but then Taos is ending, he doesn't care. And that's game 2 wrapped up. And that was, as you said, a clean sweep, you could say. Victory! It was very, very well played by both of the teams, but against that team of Egypt, really capitalized on their, how can I say this? Just them playing a lot together. I've seen them play creams and stuff like that, and they are playing extremely well together. They have that synergy going on. But there's nothing else team of Algeria could have done. They tried their best that first game, but they didn't have any hard CC to support that Terizla pick, and it was a shame.
Yeah, it seems extremely hard for these teams to deal with Egypt, but so we were kind of talking about Egypt might be that team, right? One of the front runners for a qualifying spot. Based off today's performances, 2 sweeps back-to-back without even, well, I can't say they didn't get a break. Everyone got a long break. It was an hour intermission there in between those, but still able to come back out and replicate that same formula, and they didn't even really deviate from their game plan. So maybe these teams need to pay attention a little bit more and at least try to force them to adjust, because Egypt played comfortably in the exact same way they played in Series 1, is the exact same way they closed out Series 2.
We're waiting to see the match endings. Against that, there's got 2 chocolates, as I like to call them, 2 bronzes on the side of Algeria, but all of them played extremely well. We saw that Brody is very tanky, kind of tanky actually. He got that tough boots to counter those basic attack heroes. That Lancelot, that Cloud, they couldn't do anything to shut him down. The Esmeralda couldn't do anything against Alpha. He was very tanky, had a lot of true damage. He had that blade armor as well versus that Cloud. And that Farami's pick was very interesting because they didn't have anything to go well with him. Esmeralda is a good fighter, but she only shines in the mid game. She's getting helped a bit. But against that Leo got those objectives, they couldn't do anything about them. We saw that our boy Ronin got an objective as well, and against that Kakashi got a lot of objectives as well with those stuns. Right now we're gonna see the replays from the game, the most good ones. Let's see, against that Alpha, getting that Esmeralda, that Leo, very well placed at Fraser's Wrath. Against that bot lane, Stevie going there, but he gets cancelled out by Ronin, and he does 2 side steps there. He gets 2 kills in that fight. There's just a lot of praise for Speedy right now. He's playing extremely well. I thought it was a close-knit match versus Leo and Speed on Ronin, but that wasn't the case. Just Nero and Speedy going each other at each other's throats, getting that shot on both of them. Minotaur gets that 3-man stun actually in that eval, as I say, in the real manipulation. The Tamus going in under the tower. He's so tanked they can't kill him. Gets off at 1 HP because of that vengeance. But against that Esmeralda can't do nothing. Is that Kufra is there? She's getting chased very hard back to their base. The Kufra is trying to escape, but can't do anything. And Ronin also escaped, but he gets claimed out by the Eve. I was expecting him to use his Phantom Execution maybe to get out. But no, but against that Brody gets here that Maniac. The 3-man stun actually by Minotaur again. Gets that very big ult on the Faramis. The Faramis is already back in alive. I said that passive lets him respawn super fast. He gets that Maniac with ending the life of Pika, and Leo is there to chase that Ronin to get that last kill on them.
Right, and I mean, getting to see that push after getting that Maniac, like you said, the first one of that series, it was a spectacular way to go ahead and close it out. The satisfactory sweep for Egypt. I guess if any country should be happy today, it's definitely them. Not dropping the ball, not even once, up against Morocco or Algeria there. So an incredible showcasing from them. Definitely some hidden gems and talents that we were kind of talking about loaded up on that roster. But we do have a little bit of time, though, in between us, though. Our last match, though, is going to be Series 3, Dakota. And who's that supposed to be?
I can't wait, but the next match is going to be Morocco versus Algeria, which I think is going to be a more equal-sided match rather than Egypt going versus Morocco Algeria. There was a clean sweep both of the times, but I think we're going to head into a break for a short while, getting that match ready. And let's see how they'll contest Morocco versus Algeria. They have a chance to maybe try to do something, maybe have a chance to go back, but I don't think that's the case here. But let's be optimistic about both teams.
Right. We'll see y'all after break.
And right now we're waiting to see the Algeria versus Morocco show-offs. The last match of today, if I'm aware, already we have the qualification, but now you're going to see who is going to be the second place and who's going to be the third. Do you have any idea how would that go, Deku? Or
I mean, no idea. Honestly, I had no idea what to expect. Come over here to cast with you alongside Dakota for the Africa Regional Qualifiers. We did, like you said, got to confirm we do have Egypt, right, able to secure their spot, their trip to Romania for IESF, dominating, able to find the sweep up against both their opponents. They took down Algeria 2-0. They took down Morocco 2-0 as well in spectacular fashion, might I add. So a lot of things went right for them to go and secure their spot. And now we're just going to look to see who will secure from Western Africa and Southern Africa, Zakota.
Of course, that will be in the following couple of days. But right now, we want to see who is going to get the second place in this beautiful, beautiful tournament on this beautiful, beautiful day. And to be honest, my prediction is going to be that maybe Algeria will get it. But that's just my, how can I say this? My just personal choice. I like how the Algerian players played. They had very, very good setups. That Kadita, that was in the game versus that Valentina where we saw with Speedy. It was very, very good. I liked how they just microed around. They made good use of their abilities on all time. When Kadita escaped, a lot of CC got out Petrify on so many times, but that's left to see who's going to be the best and who's going to be second place.
You know, it's a little hard for me to call. I really do think it'll be a bit of a 50-50. Both of these teams fell to Egypt in similar fashion, but they also played in a similar fashion. These teams like to go for those aggressive skirmishes early on, and I think that's something that we're going to be expecting to see in between them, right? Is to see who is a little bit more polished in team fights and who can also translate these into objectives on the map, because both of them are pretty okay at team fights, but both of them also struggle to convert that into real profit, right? Not able to pick up those neutral objectives, not able to pick up towers, and obviously not able to pick up wins, as both of them are sitting on a goose egg in the win columns and sitting at 2 losses, courtesy of Egypt handing out some impressive beatings out there.
Yes, of course, the Egyptian players played extremely well. They knew how to use their abilities better than everyone here. We saw in one of those fights, none of them used their flicker or any other spells that they had. They just kept it and went for an objective they know that they could have won it. But right now, in my hope for redemption, I think Algeria will definitely get that second spot and Morocco will get that third. How about you, Deku?
Well, if you're gonna go for Algeria, then I'm gonna have to go for Morocco, man. We've got to spread the love evenly here, so I'll be devil's advocate and go for Morocco as you root for Algeria. And we'll just see who's gonna win. Maybe the best team, best man to win in between both of them. It's gonna be closing out day 1, right, of the African Regional Qualifiers for IESF. It's going to be Series 3, our last best of 3 today, and it's feeling bittersweet. It feels like time has passed us by here, Zakota.
Yeah, it went extremely fast. Not to the life to me. I thought it was going to be a bit more enjoyment, a bit more longer in the fights, in the game themselves, but Egypt made quick work of their enemies, the Morocco and Algeria. They made a sweep easily. A game they had 10 minutes and 30 seconds, which was very, very fast for a professional game.
Right. Definitely speeding through these matches. And hopefully, though, Algeria and Morocco are looking to slow things down and give us our first full 3-game series. That's what I'm hoping to see to close out. That would be a nice cherry on top here. We got a confirmed team. Now let's just close it out with a slug out fest in between Morocco and Algeria, in between Zakota and Deku, as we have both aligned on the opposing side here between these two teams, man. I can't wait to get this last series underway and see what these two teams can do up against each other. Egypt might have been a little too much for them to handle, but this should be a little more even grounds.
Of course. By getting second place doesn't mean they're bad. It means they're better than a person on the third spot, which is going to be very, very fun to watch, actually. Because both of these teams, to me, they seem more like they're on the same level. Egypt was a level or 2 higher than both of these teams, mechanically wise and just game wise, but both of these teams seem to be on the same level. They struggle with Egypt on the same small things, and how they push turrets, how they played on the map. They had worse vision like than Egypt, of course, but it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these two teams will clash against each other in this very, very nice last game of this beautiful, beautiful day.
That's right. Last game of this beautiful day. Couldn't have said it any better myself. Absolutely amazed about the talent that's been out here in Africa, especially from that Egypt team. That is a strong lineup, man, and definitely happy for Africa to have such a strong qualifier to be going out there to Romania. But again, we still have more days to go, one more series to go, a few more teams to get picked up, and hopefully a lot more exciting matches to go underway here.
Of course, I can't wait to see the other regions of Africa play here. I'm excited to see how they will do. But right now, we are just waiting on both of the teams to get ready so that we can see this match. It's going to be very nice. But anything else about it? How did it go between the breaks? Anything nice in general?
I mean, obviously, it kind of needed them, right? Needed some time to decompress after witnessing the thrashings that Egypt was putting out. I mean, really need to recover from that. I think I'm gonna have some trauma. I don't think I've seen a team dominate in such a fashion for a qualifier event. I mean, this is a qualifier for a world class event, right? One of the biggest events in esports, period. So to see them come out here and make such light work of these teams, like, it's not like these are your average teams. These are really good teams, but Egypt just really seems to stand a little head above the shoulders here against the rest of them. So it really speaks volumes to kind of the system they have going on. Like you said, it's not really about second or third being necessarily bad. It's just first place is just overwhelmingly good.
Of course. It's obviously better in every case. But something that I talked about at the start of the stream and in the middle of the stream was that Team Occupied Throne, which was Team Egypt, is the MPL MENA champions, which is very, very unexpected to see them already compete here again in such a short time. Not even 1 month ago, the MPL was done in MENA and they dominated as well there. But right now, maybe if there was all regions combined, not only 3 countries, maybe there would be something even better to show. Beside Egypt just sweeping every team left and right.
I mean, maybe that's why they're getting that spot there. You said they just finished, right, with MPL MENA, come right out here, turn around and compete again. Probably has a lot to do with it, man. They just never stop grinding, never stop working. So maybe put that in your notebooks there for those aspiring teams looking to be out here on this stage and reach even new heights. Just never stop grinding, because there's teams like Egypt out here ready to put you away.
Of course. We saw how strong this team is. I can't wait to see how they will perform in the world class event at ISFS in Yash. Is going to be the most exciting thing. They're on the level, would you say they're on the level of the same of OP maybe, or BTK? Maybe even a step lower.
Yeah, I would definitely say, absolutely. I definitely do think they're in that that same category, that same range. I've seen Occupied Thrones before. It's kind of like, I feel like all the teams that are kind of in those regions that aren't PH and Indo normally sit around the same level, minus a few. Like, man, well, I won't get into any specific names of the regions, but I do feel like MENA's definitely an Occupied Thrones. This Egypt team is definitely in the same bracket as a team coming out from like NA, like OP and BTK. I feel like they're all kind of in that same boat. If you're not PH or Indo, you're trying to be like PH and Indo. So I feel like that's kind of where all these teams lay as far as their levels.
Of course, but something that's very, very interesting, some of the best esports team in Europe, Rogue Esports, coached a bit of Occupied Thrones, which is very, very interesting. That shows that even in Europe, there are some players who are better maybe than the MENA team. Because I've seen myself the scrims against the MENA champions, and it was just a sweep done by the Europeans, which I will look forward to. But right now, we can't talk about only Europe and NA. We have to talk about Africa, but that's left to see. We need to talk about other countries. But right now, we only know about 3 countries, Algeria, Morocco, and Egypt. 3 beautiful countries, beautiful players, beautiful plays by the players, of course. But that's all left to see in the near future when we get that match with Algeria versus Morocco on a bit more even grounds than the one Egypt versus Algeria or Morocco. It's going to be on a more fair level.
Right, absolutely, and honestly, it's going to be an exciting match. I feel like I said, these are more of the neck and neck, not so much head above the rest here. When you're talking about these 2 teams, I feel like they play similarly as far as their play styles, and now I think it comes more about who can execute a little bit better, right? Who honestly, I think it's more who could have learned more in their matches up against Egypt, because Egypt really showed them textbook and fundamentals on how to win this game. And now I feel like it's up to them to kind of take from those losses and spin that around to help them in this last series of the day. Which team has taken time to really review and quickly assess and adapt and implement some new strategies, maybe new ideas into their game plan? And I think whoever does that is going to come out on top and be victorious here tonight.
I totally agree with what you said, what you stated, but these two teams that lost are very, very good, but Egypt was just a bit better. If they had a little more push, if they played a bit more, maybe trained a bit more, maybe even screamed against Team Egypt, Occupied Thrones, or refer to them as their esports name, that would be maybe even closer, but of course, you don't want your competition to get ahead of you.
That's right. You definitely don't. But I mean, it's esports, right? At the end of the day, as long as the teams are competitive, it's always going to be better for teams across the board. You don't want to hop into a competitive scene and just kind of sit around and dominate. That would get boring. You get a little stagnant. You start to slip a little bit, and silly things like that end up happening. So I think it's in everyone's best interest, right, to polish their weapons and to help each other. I mean, these teams are coming from the same region. You're in the same qualifiers. Why not make your own region stronger? So that's definitely some things that could help these teams out. As we stated, though, at least from today, they did get a bit of a scrim there. It was a short one. It was a best of 3, and it was a sweep. But there's always something to learn in defeat, right? That's the number one thing. You can always take away something from a loss. You take away more from a loss than you can from a victory. So I think, like I said, you see now what can be implemented, whether it's going to be Algeria that can implement their ideas or turnarounds, or Morocco here. Either way, I think we're going to have a great one on our hands.
Of course. It's going to be a fair environment, I've stated previously. But what do you think the bans are going to be? Let's do some prediction before the game starts. That'll be very, very interesting. What would you say the bans are for both teams, maybe?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like we'll see a lot of normal ones. So I feel like Joy gets out there on the board. Valentina and Farsa have been banned quite a bit. More so surprised about the Farsa being banned out a lot. It seems a lot of them are banning it out, though, to open up when Valentina has slipped through. I know Egypt did that quite a bit. They would ban out the Farsa because that's normally the matchup that goes up against the Valentina, and they prioritized the Valentina quite a bit today. So maybe we could see them continuing banning that out. I believe one of these teams banned out Lapu, which is
two Lapu bans.
Yeah, in the first phase, which was very interesting. I mean, normally it's maybe something you'll see in like the second phase of bans, maybe when teams are holding out their XP picks. But over here in the Africa regional qualifiers, it gets banned out in the first phase. Melissa as well has been a hot ban here, so that could be something we could see as well between both these teams.
And Melissa has fallen again under the radar a bit. 1-1 and Kara is still at the top 2 marksmen. Maybe Brody as well, because he hits very, very hard. And he can just, with that ultimate, he can make a lot of people very, very low. He can claim kills in bushes, of course. But the Melissa ban is very, very unexpected. Even in Europe, we see it very rarely in scrims or in even ranked play.
Yeah. So maybe we could see it fall through. That's also another option. It could fall through the bans. Maybe one of these teams let it through. I'd be interested to see it. Maybe there's just a bunch of gifted Melissa players out here in the Africa region. Because like I said, across different regions, Melissa has fallen off. She's tapered off. She had a moment where she was kind of sitting at the top, and then she's kind of disappeared. A lot of teams got better with counting her. Certain picks rose up. Farsa did really good against her. She picked up. Tanks a lot, does extremely well. Martis, Lapu, all of these picks are very prior right now in the meta, and I feel like that kind of pushed Melissa down to the wayside. But some of those picks have been banned out. We've seen the Lance banned out today. We've seen the Lapu banned out. Martis been banned out quite a bit. Farsa has been banned out a lot. So it could be an open season, right? If Melissa gets to slip through the bans, if a team that gets to pick her up, the bans stay true to how they've been the last 4 matches, could be a nice game for them.
Of course, and we saw a lot of the 1-1 ban. But I think after the 1-1 nerf that happened, quote-unquote nerf, it is basically nerf because you can escape her ultimate range pick right now. I think she could fall in the cracks as well, maybe. In a combo with a bit of dash, like a Lancelot, maybe even a Fredrin could work well against a Fredrin XP. But everything can happen. We saw, even in the NAC, we saw Moba Zane picking the Badang, which was very, very unexpected.
Yeah. Right over to the XP, using the XP lane.
We wouldn't have
was
expected him to play there. I mean, what I could expect from Africa, maybe there's going to be some insane picks.
Yep. So, absolutely, and you know, we're not too far out here as Dakota from getting this match underway. Just a few more minutes potentially till we get this going to finalize that last series of the day, man. It's really making me sad a little bit, but also a little happy as well, man, because I really want to see this last match. I want to see this last series between these two teams, see who's gonna still fight, because again, out of this pool, Egypt has already qualified, so now you really get to see the pride and see the make and gusto of a team. Even though you know you don't get that trip to go out to Romania, do you still come out and compete extremely hard? Do you compete to the best of your ability? Do you still wear the pride of your country on your back? That's what I want to see from these two teams. Doesn't matter if it's second or third, you still have a country to represent. I definitely want to see how they respond after both teams have been swept already and lost their chances to go to Romania.
Of course, there's always a chance, maybe even second place, something would happen to Team ENG, maybe some visa problems, and maybe second place would go to Romania. That's also a possibility, right. So that's no reason to give up. There's always a possibility that something will happen in your favor. That's why we always have in ML that the MENA champions have been getting a bit of hate in Africa, that's from what I've heard from some players. But enough with that, we got into the game right now. We're waiting for the bans right now. Ban phase just started. Let's see what's going to get banned first. I am sensing a Melissa or a 1-1 ban, actually. I'm smelling it. Maybe even a Joy.
I feel like Joy's been a pretty often banned in the first pick here from the blue side, so that I feel like that would be probably the first one, or at least one of the first few bans between. I'm more interested to see if Faramus gets banned from blue side, because when Faramus get bans, it normally opens up the glue pick, and we saw that last time I called it, and there it goes. So there goes the Faramus ban. Now glue is immediately a threat for either team if it gets picked up. So now I'm wondering, will red side ban out the glue? I feel like it's in their best interest to ban out the glue here. But if not, again, with Faramus off the table, he does become an even bigger issue than he already is.
Of course. But I think because the Faramis ban, they're already getting that sense that, hey, they want to pick that glue, or they want to pick something that's a bit squishy, because Faramis does a lot of damage either way. And maybe they're going for a super squishy marksman, even a Leslie. It's not a Leslie ban, which is very, very interesting, but they are going to the Arlot ban. Very, very interesting and very, very good ban, in my opinion. Arlot is very, very hard to deal with if you're not, how can I say this, experienced with him. You have to play him before you can counter him.
Yeah, he is extremely hard to deal with, and it's not even really about the damage or it's just his 1v1 capabilities. It's just when you're talking about those late game scenarios, those 5v5s, neutral objectives, when the teams are setting up, he can quickly reposition multiple members and open up an incredible opportunity for his team to capitalize on. Speaking of capitalize, though, there does go that Joy. They went for the Faramus ban, which is pretty smart. But again, like we said, Joy is going to be one of those first two bans. It does get taken out. So there's already 2 XP landers banned out, and I would like to see 3 still. Because again, glue's a problem if he does go through these last 3 bans with Faramus taken out and getting dangerously more close to the reality as Wanwan does get banned out. Here's Dakota.
Of course, in the Morocco versus ENG ban, we saw Voldemort on that glue. He played very, very well, even though his opposing side laner was kind of a bit better, but we can't speak bad of the one who knows nothing. So let's see how the bans will turn out. Maybe a glue will get banned, or maybe even a Melissa, talking about the devil.
That's right. That is a potential for it to get done. A Melissa ban would be something that we have seen that a bit, especially after 1-1. Melissa and 1-1 have been 2 of the marksmen primarily getting taken off the board. It is less than 5 seconds here for them to go ahead and decide on what they're going to do, and they're going to ban out the Mensathar.
Probably they're going for a Lancelot pick if they ban out the glue, which is very interesting.
It is. Definitely is interesting. Could be dangerous, though. Could backfire if they don't prio whatever pick. Like, they're not looking for the Lance in the first pick here, and then you ban out the Mensathar, it does become maybe a potential issue if the opposing side locks it in, maybe, in Algeria's hand.
Or who knows, maybe they're going for a funny or a very fast assassin with a lot of dashes.
Your team
And we see
is
the Novaria ban. Wow.
Blue is free.
Is there going to be a Saber pick?
Nah, definitely not, man. Just a little.
We
Just a
saw
little
it in
trolling.
M3. We saw it in M3. It could happen now as well.
I mean, have Moba Zane.
Of course.
He really did play Saber. I don't think we'll get that here, man. I mean, Glue's on the board here.
With the
To be
Kali.
locked in.
And
There
the
it is.
Voldemort
There's the
blue.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, when the Faramus gets banned when you're on the blue side, these teams need to start reading that. If Faramus gets banned from the blue side, they have first pick. As soon as they ban the Faramus, you need to ban the glue from the red side. At least if you don't have a game plan. They could have a game plan. But if you don't have a game plan, you need to ban the glue because it's coming every single time. I've called this twice and it's happened both times, but they're hovering over to Rizla there, and I know you like that pick, Sakota, up against
I love
Voldemort's
that
glue.
pick. But we keep getting that Saber shown to us, making us excited. Maybe there's going to be a Saber, but Lancelot is also still on the table. The first 3 picks, it's also a possibility, but we see Woody showing that Selena as well, which is going to be very interesting. But something that I just realized that Valentina going up against a glue is a very, very good matchup because of the alt changes to Valentina. If she gets a kill while on top of glue, or she gets help getting a kill while being glue, she can get that alt reset and copy another alt instantly in 5 seconds, which is very interesting. But we're going to see that Melissa pick, and we're going to see that Saber shown again, making us sad, but we're going to get a Marty stick.
I'm surprised they went for the Martins. I feel like I would have went for something like the Farsa there, because I think now it gets banned out, right? Enemies already have Valentina. Normally, the Farsa is in response. You don't want to go for the Eve. You don't want to offer up the utility there. Maybe things like Kadita could get picked up as well. Maybe a Lennox, a Lilia. But Farsa is normally that go-to answer, and them not picking it up will allow Algeria here to be able to respond with that, because they are going to get that ban right after this pick to start up that second phase of the pick and ban in the draft here.
We're going to see a Kasha, but something that you didn't mention, we saw Kadita matchup versus Valentina, and we saw Smile from Team Egypt doing a lot of escapes with that Kadita ultimate. That could not be very useful, but in some cases they have right now 3 good ultimates on the side of Morocco, which is interesting for the Valentina to choose from. Melissa can be used to counter maybe the Kaja, and Terizla, the blue could be used to reset the ultimate earlier. But this is the Kadita ban about.
There goes the Kadita ban, and that's what I was talking about. One of those picks that would do good up against this. So even though they had a nice performance up against it, they still want or seen one be able to have a good performance in the hands of Smile. Still something you want to ban out, because again, Kadita is a nice matchup here. It goes really good with the glue once they can latch on its own with the grab. It's an easy 1-2 combination, just kind of how like the Kaja would have been a good one there as well. So I definitely like the Kadita ban. I'm not sure if you want to triple down on the mages and ban out a Farsa, but it is still an option here to get rid of. But I guess it really just depends on, maybe they ban out the lesser, or leave the lesser 2 evils. It might be the Farsa for them, but I personally might still try to ban that out, or they could look to ban out some roams here. Since they already have the Kaja, they have the set, or the single target pick off, you might ban out a set, but nope, they're gonna ban out the Farsa, so they are gonna triple down on the mages, Dakota.
I think there is going to be a Lancelot ban, actually. We saw how good Lancelot did against the Martis. Even if they lost, it still did very nicely, because he can escape, he can get out of CC, he can get retributions off on Turtle Lords. That CC immunity on his second skill, which is very good. But I think it's either going to be a jungler ban or a marksman ban. Maybe a Brody or a Kari. Because the team of Morocco is kind of tanky right now with that March, with that glue. There's also the possibilities of it being no ban, which is also interesting. But we're going to see that Kari.
Waiting for too long.
You know, I'm not sure how much they like it over here in Africa, but something that normally gets picked up right about now, especially with this Kaja up against this Melissa, especially since Carrie and Claude have been taken off the board, Leslie. Leslie would be really nice here. With the true damage, she can deal with that glue, can deal with that Martis, but she also is able to deal and harass a bit on Iota, and obviously in the late game she becomes just one shot queen, popping anyone. It would go really good, well with the Divine Judgment, but obviously if maybe that's not their taste, the Brody could do okay. I just feel like it's hard to bank on because you have to win the laning phase. If you don't, you severely fall off in DPS up against this Melissa in the late stages of the game. So it's a catch-22. It's a little hard to pull off. But look at this.
There is
no way. No way they go
about.
to Leslie. Come on, Africa. Bring it on. There we
There is
go.
the Leslie we're talking about. But still, the Lancelot is still on the table, which is very interesting. They haven't been picked out yet. You keep getting that Saber teased to us, which is very, very shameful. I see what you're doing, Team Morocco. You're playing with my feelings, but we're going to see a support, man. Another Saber. Every member has shown Saber so far.
I've been showing it. If I'm the side, though, here of Morocco, I'd absolutely want the set tank. You're facing Super Marco on single target. That's the way you kind of match up against that. It's more of a threat in the early, mid stages, but late game, when you're talking about 5v5s, you can pull off a set roam here. It'll go really well and take you really far because the opposing side has to execute and burst out the single target. If they don't, they immediately fall at a disadvantage here. And there's a Lunox. That was one of the potential picks we were talking about in between the Lunox, or 4 picks. It was the Lunox, Lilia, the Farsa, Kadita. 2 of those options got banned out. One of the remaining 2, though, do get locked in, so I definitely like it. Both of these teams have drafted extremely well, and a lot of the things I felt like they should be taking have been picked up. So I can't really say I find too much wrong with any of these, but look at this, that Bane's being hovered. You've been waiting all day to potentially see this pick.
I've been waiting. I've been talking about him. Bane is a menace to be dealt with, and I've been talking about the Lancelot as well. Even Alpha would do well against the team comp of Morocco because of that glue. The true damage from Alpha is going to be very, very helpful against big tank. We're going to see the Lancelot tank being picked up. There's nothing wrong with that, but I hate seeing a Lancelot now and then. It gets a bit boring. But of course, there's also Martis on the side of Morocco, which is also a bit more boring. Two full tank assassin fighters, which is a bit weird. But we also see that Lunox. Maybe they're going to be for a crazy play, and they're going to put that Melissa in the mid lane, and they're going to put that Lunox in the gold lane. That could be a possibility, but who knows?
I have to say, man, a lot of things have been checked off. It's a draft of checks and balances. We have a lot of strong picks, and we also have a lot of picks that deal extremely well into them from both sides. I really feel like both teams did a great job of organizing their draft. And again, I feel like it's going to come down to a level of execution. They look even so far in the draft. If the play styles remain the same, I feel like it's going to be even through that early and mid stage. It's going to come out to who can edge out on top, who can make a few better calls. But speaking of calls, it's time to call out what's going on here. Dakota, we got the teams loading in for game 1, the 3rd series and the last series of the day for the Africa Regional Qualifiers to be moving on to IESF. Already have the confirmed spot, but now we're battling for a little bit of pride and a little bit of respect for 2nd and 3rd place. But look at this.
We are already seeing that Therese like getting poked out by the glue and the Lunox. He's already half HP, that healing. And we can see that the Kaja and the Kufra are clearing the mid lane to get advantage on level 2 so they can get a level 4 early, which is very unexpected. It's a strat I didn't see before. And right now we see that Pika is getting poked out by the glue. The glue misses the flicker, but he still gets a top. There is forced to flicker away, and he's probably going to get that level 2 and recall away. We see that the Kaja is coming to try to help them, but he's also getting out by the glue. They cannot do nothing against him. The glue is just harassing everybody. The Kufra is in bot lane as well against the Lunox. Is going back to our lane right now.
Right, so that early rotation down to the XP pays off, right, for the side of Morocco here. They get striking the first blood. It's going to give them a nice little cushion for the gold lead. And since they did find a kill down there, might help them later on for that first neutral objective since they've taken down Marco there.
You can see that Leslie is already starting to hurt the Martis, and Woody just dodging and weaving all of the skills as best as he can with that Lancelot is very, very good for the side of Morocco and Algeria together, because both of those heroes have very, very high anti-CC capabilities. Martis having his second skill, his Mortal Coil, and Lancelot having his Torn Rose also can be immune to CC, which is very good. But right now, there is not that much single target for the Lancelot beside the Kufra.
I tried and Spinkler single targets. The turtle has spawned in here. I expect both teams to be setting up, and you know, I like to call this right here when I cast over North America, I call this the WWE, right? Before you call it the wrestling, it is kind of similar. It's called the Wall Wiggle Entertainment, and we're starting to see it unfold right here.
Because the Lancelot picks up the turtle, the Glue gets on top of the Lancelot dies in the fight. We can see Super Key is getting poked up, but it's forced to pick up. The Leslie is there and gets the pick off. The Lunox is poking him out at harsh foot, but then look at the Glue, she's going back in. Can he do anything? No, he's backing off to get for Pika. Lunox is next to him, but also Kaja is there. But Pika is getting picked off easily by the March and the Lunox, which is very, very shameful.
That's right, and I mean, things can get a little dangerous right here. They definitely want to try to contain the rotations coming out from Algeria. Tada coming halfway across the world there to find a kill on the scaling Leslie. That is something that can help him reach those power items a little bit faster than his counterpart. But speaking of reaching items faster, skipping the boots, skipping leg plates, any type of defensive capabilities, Iota has already locked in the corrosion scythe underneath the 3.5-minute mark.
Of course, but you can see that Leslie has still leg plates, has swift boots as well, but she also has almost a Berserker blade. She's just waiting for that gold, maybe 1 or 2 kills from that Leslie with the help of the Lancelot. And maybe she can get in front of the Melissa item-wise. But I guess that in the bot lane there is still that skirmish going into Terizla, the Glue. They're fighting a bit, but I guess in the top lane that they're going at each other. The Mart is forced to use his second skill. Leslie is trying to get off his knife. Kufra jumps but misses everything. And it's just peaceful. They're just having a nice time. We can see that Super Chris is trying to annoy the Lancelot as much as he can. Woody's ult gets copied by Valentina. Let's see who is the better Martis user in this situation. But you can see that the Kufra and the Lunox jump on top of the Melissa, and the better Martis is Woody.
Right, putting in that work, but hang on the bot side.
Almost.
Almost. Looks like it's gonna end into a bit of a cold war, but look at all the bodies formed up on the top side, man. It's like we're getting another WWE showdown, as we're seeing Algeria currently hold the top ropes of this pit, and I think we're gonna see a nice contest here.
Oh, the Lancelot dodges the jump of Kufra and gets the objective. So far, this Lancelot hasn't missed one retribution, which is very interesting.
And both have been on a contest, right? He did not have control of either of these turtle pits for these first 2 in the game, but still walking away, securing them. And speaking of securing, look at him in the top side, looking to play for this gold and maybe for a kill.
Is that Melissa just poking our tower, getting as much gold as she can to get a Demon Hunter server. You can see in the bottom that the Glue is hurting the Terizla a lot, and the Terizla is being smart, not going near the Glue. But he's low HP, what can he do? He can't escape, doesn't have Flicker anymore. But Glue misses his skills. Terizla is trying to run at his very best, but that damage reduction from the stacks of Glue helped him a lot. But against the Flicker from Glue getting the kill on Pika. Very.
That could have been.
You go ahead.
I was gonna say, maybe that could have been averted, right? Had he not went for the steel leg plates and the Fury Hammer, maybe just the Magic Cloak after the tough boots, and he could have maybe had that Bloodlust Axe. That would have helped him immensely there in that trade. Probably could have sustained when he was, you know, swinging onto the minions. Would have got him some HP back, but sometimes buying a lot of components could be the downfall when you're starting to miss those fully completed items.
But for now, we see that Terizla is actually going for a Radiant armor instead of Athena, which I normally go for when I'm facing a Glue. It's a bit weird, but it's very good against the Lunox being tanky like Terizla, getting that damage reduction in the late game. It can be very helpful, but it can also be a curse.
You know, speaking of curse, something that's a little interesting here that I see hasn't really been changed is that the Valentinas here in Africa are still using kind of the old meta build. It's a new meta build here for Valentina currently that probably could be used here, but they're still starting out with that clock, and it looks like going in for the Trunch here, the lightning trunk, straight into the lightning trunk, is looking to skip the book, if getting the book at all. Something interesting to know. Africa they dance to the rhythm of their own drum out here.
Of course, I would expect it to get more of cooldown reduction on Valentina with the change. But you can see that the Leslie is just poking as hard as she can. Against that, the Lancelot is getting poked out by the Glue, but he's still super tanky. The turtle is still not dead. They can use the conceal. We got visioning and the... Oh, the last look gets the turtle again. And the glue is stuck. He can't do anything. And in the middle lane, he gets that the... Lunox is running away 1 HP, but we can see that the Melissa is there. She uses go away and blocks out Marco. They can't do much about it. He can't go for a grab. Chris is just there to annoy Lancelot. Wow. That turtle seal was unexpected. I thought he wasn't gonna get it. I saw it at 700 HP, but he got it in the end. As you can see that Lunox is putting an end to that Lancelot. Very, very well played from the Lancelot. He has very, very good retribution skills.
And they're able to finally take him down. Lunox picking up the kill. Interestingly enough, Lunox was the one that was alone at the tower, burnt out 2 flickers from the mid lane of Algeria and from Super Marco. So 2 utilities wasted, but look at this.
The Valentina falls in the mid lane basically for no reason, but we can see that the Teresa is going to get some vision on that Marquis, maybe try to go for that Lunox. But she's just clearing that mid lane, getting vision for the from the Kaja of the Kufra and the Melissa. There's nowhere to be. We can see that the Leslie is just rolling around in the top lane, not even moving towards the mid, even clearing the jungle. She's just getting the gold crab right now. But still, Leslie have to farm a lot till you get that full set of builds. That BOD, that first BOD is going to hurt a lot. Penetration, even that Blade of Hepasis could work very well against the Melissa.
Right, want to see how things are going to pay out. Both of these teams grouping up around the gold lane, so both are looking to prio, right? Ialto here and Tada. Either one getting an upper hand could be disaster for the other team, but look at the conceal play.
And we can see that Kaja goes on the tower, grabs the Kufra, but the Kufra picks her back in the tower. He gets burned by the magic, and gets the Melissa doing a lot of work. Look at that peel from Melissa with that Demon Hunter Shrine that Inspire. Very, very brutal. The Mart is in the top lane, trying to get 3 free kills. They're all low HP, but he's choosing not to go in. The Valentina is there to help, and the Lancelot decides to run away. That's a free lord for the side of Morocco, in my opinion. Melissa there, Lunox there, and half of the team is just recalling, but there is like goes flickering on the Melissa, and he just gets pushed out from his penalty zone. He gets pushed, gets jumped on by Glue, and the Glue will have his ultimate soon enough. You can see that the team of Morocco is getting that lord. Slow and steady wins the race, but Woody gets that retribution of his first retribution in this game that he landed. But let's see. Leslie is just poking out that Glue, doing what she can to get that late game point.
Right, and honestly, this is what I was talking about, where it does get scary. The later this game goes on, it's so weird because the DPS I feel like should go to the favor of IATSO, especially when you compare the AoE effect from Muddles, the Inspire that can be popped as well, and just the fact that has those on-hit effects with that Trinity build, right? The Corrosion Trinity build that a lot of the marksmans are using and abusing for a while, but Melissa's still hanging on to. Tada's a lot more single target, but I feel a lot more effective at finding kills. But speaking of finding kills on the bot side, Woody was able to pick up one, and not only did they get that, they were able to translate that into a tower for the boys in blue.
And also, I think they're going to be able to push that mid lane tower. In the top lane, they're going to defend. The Glue is giving them vision. The Leslie just revealed that the Glue is in the bush, but I don't think they noticed him before he left. But we can see that the Valentina is starting to do a lot of damage. We can see that Marco is just waiting on the Lancelot's blue buff, on Ronin's blue buff, maybe to try to get a Strangler that was left there to get a free kill. But we can see that the Kaja is just revealing the people in the bush. But getting ulted by Kufra, Tyrant's rage goes off, and the Lunox and the Melissa just melt that Kaja.
They went to the wrong bush. Welcome to the rice fields, they said. A little bit of peekaboo gone wrong. A little pranky there, but those are the type of plays they can go for, especially when you're playing with something like this Kufra. The bush is definitely your best friend, especially when they made that change, right? You can't even hear them charging up the Tyrant's range. You don't get to see the animation from the bush either anymore, so it's like free game. If you walk towards these bushes and they're not checked yet, you try to face check, you can easily get punished right now.
Of course, but we saw that Super Mark was trying to reveal the people inside of the bush using his first skill, which was recently changed. Not so long ago, maybe a few months, but using his first skill now can reveal people in bushes, which is a very, very good information. Just like the Diggy, he can use his ultimate to get information in the bush. It's free of charge, basically. But if that ult gets used, there's nothing that the Diggy can do besides getting a little CC in.
That's right, and the invades coming out from the side of Morocco here, so they're letting their presence be known, picking up that orange buff, and they have a sizable lead right now. They're 12-3 as far as kills. And unlike their matchups with Egypt, the kills are actually translating and mean something here. They have an overwhelming amount of gold. They're up 5K right now at the 12.5-minute mark here, Dakota. So obviously a lot of things going right for them. They're playing this game extremely well. And speaking of playing around, it doesn't look like they're looking to play with Ronin.
You can see that Kufra jumps backwards on the force to try to get this team, but you can see that Pika gets that Lunox spot, and Lunox flickers out. Lancelot gets to pick her out. Kaja tries to get Melissa, but Melissa uses to go away, cancels the turn of Kaja. That very, very divine jump, that very strong CC effect. You can see that the damage from Melissa is insane, but Ronin takes down Ayato. And that will be a free turtle for the side of Morocco if they get another pick off. Yeah, Nero gets taken off. And we can see that he's trying to pick us, trying to do something, but maybe he's going to be able to do something because Martis does that decimation, melts him instantly. The Blue is just playing around, targeting them all. It's on top of the Kaj, the Leslie, but he's just poking out. They can do nothing to him. He's too tanky. He gets too much to stand. We can see the Martis is doing Lure, the Lunox is there. It's gonna help him clear it, and they're probably going to go for a push in the top lane or the mid lane. Right now, that's in their favor. The minions are piling up in the top and mid lane. The Glue is going to clear it, probably, and they're going to just win right now with his lore, probably. The kill deficit, there is an 11 kill difference for the side of Algeria.
Well, if they're smart, they'll definitely look to push that mid and top. The Lord's going to be spawning in at that 14-10-minute mark. Spawns in at 10 and 40 seconds intervals individually each minute. So that'll be spawning in less than 5 seconds. It should be pushing down on the bot side. That's where they have the most towers. So Lord should be pushing down bot right here with this wave coming in. And there it goes. The Luminous Lord will be going there, and just like kind of put out, it looks like they're going to look to make a plan to push for the top side here with just Iota kind of reveal himself on the map. And it looks like they might set up for the same bush play. So definitely need to be careful if you're Super Marco and company. But I think they're all going to be distracted by this Lord down here. Oh,
but Marco is going to fall for the same pro. But he gets out this time. He gets out this time. He uses the flicker, but he gets out. The Lord gets to charge the turret. It's instantly taken down. In the top lane, the Lancelot is clearing the wave. You can see that in the mid lane, it's getting pushed. But what if the Kufra gets a 2-man stun? The Melissa goes in, uses his fire, melts them down. The Lancelot escapes. The Terizla is there, but he can't do much without any support from the roamer. Melissa is getting a lot of poking in. Then Melissa gets a double kill, a triple almost. Kufra is jumping in. The Melissa, Ronin gets out on 1 HP on 1 leg. Will they be able to defend? The Leslie is there and ready to catch Ayano, lacking, but let's see how it will go.
And this is that DPS that I was talking about, especially with the AoE, man. Iota able to immediately capitalize on top of that humongous set coming out from Super Chris, a super set from him, the position 5 god right now in this matchup. Able to go ahead and throw out the muddles, able to do damage to multiple allies, while again, Tada can only dish out to one individual target. Toyota quickly able to shred down members. Honestly, I thought they even had a good chance to end, but running out of minions and running out of HP bars, weren't able to get it done just yet. But they're knocking at the gates to end here. That push with the Lord was magnificent. They were able to take down 4 towers, and 2 of them being high ground towers. So definitely a nice payoff with the first Luminous Lord in this game. Those aren't even the enhanced ones that'll be spawning in later on.
Something interesting that I just noticed, I see that the Rose Gold meter is getting built, already getting built by Melissa. I was expecting an Athena instead of the Rose Gold. Maybe something like Athena or something that would help her against the Valentina, even an Antique Curious against that Lancelot. But against that, Nero gets picked off easily by 4 people. The Glue is just roaming them up like it's his. But the Leslie is almost about to get her second Blade of Despair. And Pika gets to full build, but just missing 1 full item, a Hunter Strike. Maybe he's going to sell, maybe he's going to buy a bit more items to be a more tanky, maybe an Oracle, who knows. But against that, Melissa is just poking out. Super Chris is going in. Blue is just chasing them out of the jungle. Voldemort is just chasing them around like it's his jungle, like it's his map, of course, like he owns everything. They can't do anything about him. He's too tanky. He has too much damage for them. They can't really fight him one-on-one. Not even two-on-one, maybe.
I mean, it is kind of their map. They've completely opened up the base, essentially. It's only one high ground tower left. And not just that, but they're up a sizable amount in gold, sitting at 8K gold currently. This is the largest deficit that we've seen all day from a team not named Egypt. So everything going right for them right now. They can absolutely make this pay off. I think all they want, though, right here is at least to find that last high ground tower. Anything else is just a cherry on top.
Of course. Not that you mentioned, this is the longest game that was aired today, but we can see that the top lane turret gets destroyed, the minions are pushing, we can see that the Lancelot gets that kill on Super Chris, he just overextended a bit, that happens, but maybe it's giving Team Algeria a chance to turn around.
It could be. I mean, again, like you said, one of the latest games, we're sitting at right over the 18-minute mark. I know Tato's going to be packing a punch very quickly, if not already, but again, Iota does have the advantage. As long as these are 5v5 team fights and they're not really giving up pickoffs, they should be able to win. I mean, Muddles can connect to legitimately every single member as long as they're in the vicinity, and there's no way you should lose out with that amount of DPS up against a single target marksman, even if they do happen to be carrying and boasting around some true damage. But again, it just depends on how they proceed to take their fights. If they keep playing the way they are, while this has been a little bit of a dragged out game, they should still be okay. But the moment they start splitting up, maybe not holding hands with Iota anymore, holding hands with Born in Darkness, that's when things can come to light from the side of Algeria here.
Of course, but right now, I also noticed another different thing. The Lancelot got that endless button extremely early, then he got the Thunderbolt, then he got the Warwick. Usually there is the Warwick before the endless and the Thunderbolt. Very, maybe even how he built, maybe he built lesser items than Fool. Who knows so far? We've seen a lot of strats that I haven't seen, me personally. Like the mages and the Experieners cleaning the lane together. I usually see the Roamer and the Experiencer cleaning the lane together. But you can see there's a bit of taunting by Super Chris. The map, because that they're allocating the base. They should have let the waves pile up for that Lord. Going for a bigger push. They're waiting for that Lancelot to clear, because that the Kufra is charging up, gets that creep on, gets stunned to all. Melissa is just killing them, and Woody gets the shutdown.
And that's all she wrote. All it took was one bad Thorn Rose being used up, and they knew they had the green light to stack on that CC courtesy of Super Chris. And now, a jungler down from the side of Algeria. Morocco's in good shape to go ahead and take this one for free.
For again, that damage from Melissa, damage from Lux, getting that Lord killed almost instantly. In about 30 seconds, the Lord is going to spawn. Not even 30 seconds, 20 seconds right now. I'm guessing that they're freezing the top wave, but Lancelot cleared on bot wave, allowing the minions to push, but they cleared it while they were fighting that Lancelot's multitask management, which is very, very interesting. But against that, Leslie has finally gotten her second Blade of Despair right now, and she's ready to deal out some real true damage.
Right, look, speaking of true damage, starting to get into the emotional damage part of things, as the recall spams are coming out right now. A little bit of toxicity here from the boys in blue. They feel very confident that this game is in the bag, but this is esports. Anything can happen, anything could go wrong. They have the right pieces, though. Iota's having a great game. Chris has been finding amazing sets, and Woody still sitting on a flawless KDA. So everything looking good for them, but it just depends. A mistake here could be fatal.
Right, but Voldemort is just zoning all of the team member of Algeria out of their base, even sometimes even out of objectives, even the early game. They could have done nothing against him. This is Super Chris getting a two-man stand, then Voldemort going in, getting a kill to Valentina. Lancelot trying to save, but the Melissa is just too strong. The penalty zone coming in from Trizla pokes them out. Tada gets a kill on our boy Kufra, but they end the game already.
What a nice victory. You know what? I really feel like we were talking about this being that even matchup came true here. The longest match that we've had today so far, and what a thriller that it was, Dakota.
Of course, I think this was the best match by far today. There was a lot of excitement, a lot of good plays. but it was fair. It was like on the same level as I previously stated. There's nothing that seems unbalanced. These teams are on the same level. That's why I opted with Algeria, because I saw what the Lancelot, what Ronin could do. He stole a lot of objectives, but Voldemort just kept harassing them. Right now, we're just going to show you the score of the game. We can see that Voldemort has gotten the MVP for this game, a 716k KDA, and a Martis with a flawless KDA as well, a 703. But we can see that Nero didn't perform so well like Smile did in the first game of today, which was versus them. Also, it's very interesting. Tada, even if he got his 2 Blades of Despair, he still had those still leg plates even in the late game. And right now we're just going to show you the game replays. It's the best moments. You guys saw that Voldemort early game punished. They can't do nothing against him. They have to run away. Lancelot is just getting that objective. He gets that tertiary flawlessly, but he dies in the process still. That's an objective for the side of Algeria. There we saw Nero almost perfectly use that Martis ult, that decimation. We saw the Terizla poking out at Lunok, but she's forced to flicker out. Voldemort is just chasing everyone he can. He's just harassing them as much as he can. Super Marco is there to support him. Glue is just going ham. And they get that kill on pick. A lot of these clips are just Voldemort being very, very skilled with that glue, but he also makes some mistake, like right here. I personally wouldn't have flickered, but who knows, maybe wouldn't have gotten the kill. You can't take chances in esports.
We can't, gotta commit. Speaking of commit, look at that. The double flicker that we saw meeting the roadblock that is Iota on the Melissa. And that was his first kill of many in that game, being able to help lead this team into victory for the boys in blue up against the men that only see red. What a marvelous first game in the last series for the Africa Regional Qualifiers that we have got to witness.
Of course, but we expect the Lancelot pick, but I was expecting it to be from the side of Morocco, not from the side of Algeria. But even so, the Algerian player Ronin played extremely well. He knew how to do his ready. He knew how to engage, knew how to disengage, but all that to no cigar. We see Ayato getting that very big damage in, but they can't do anything. Mart is there, he can't go in his savage, but got that cursed helmet and that guardian helmet, making more time, get that kill on Nero. He's chasing, the glue is just flickering, going in their personal space. And you can see Pika trying to kill them, almost does, but Martis just gets him. And you see just Voldemort harassing the side of Algeria.
Definitely some harassment there going on. I mean, look at that. He who shall not be named taking down Tada there. This was a beautiful set from Super Chris, and even better follow-up coming in from the members of Morocco there as they were able to capitalize on it. Crazy part is they didn't even end the game right there. They had to spin the block, come through one more time to make it happen. But it's still a huge moment out here. But that was the set heard around the world.
Very nice flicker combo.
Oh yeah,
extremely well played.
That's how you end the game. With that being said, man, I mean, there goes the replays there. We just finished game 1, almost about to be heading in and getting ready for game 2. We all obviously have a team leading right now, and that's going to be Morocco here. They could look to close us out in a sweep. It'll be the third sweep of 3 for 3 for the series here tonight, but obviously we're hoping for a best of 3, so maybe a 1 for 1 if Algeria can step things up here.
Of course, I can't wait to see what Team Algeria will maybe pull out of their pockets, or even so Team Morocco, what strategy could put. They could put the Fanny. I didn't see a Fanny from either side, only from the Egyptian team, from the Team Occupied Throne, the MENA champions for MPL, but 2 Fanny instances bowled by the same team, which is very depressing, as Fanny is a very dangerous assassin to be around. And the Ling as well, I didn't see any Ling. There would be potential for Ling to split push to get a lot of objectives in, with that ultimate, with a jungle emblem even. Just a lot of dangerous assassins that haven't played it. Even Hayabusa, you haven't seen already. Which is very hopeless, I guess, because Hayabusa could change the game. He can gank that kill on Melissa, get that gank in. She can't do anything about him. If the Hayabusa has very fast reflexes, he can get the kill easily and get out unscathed.
You know, I find it interesting that you actually note that because yeah, we haven't seen many assassins at all here. For the Africa IESF, except for the Fanny that came out from Leo. We saw how that paid off for a huge way for the Egypt team. So it is a little intriguing to see that hasn't. Even if Fanny and Ling don't get picked up, Hayabusa is something that gets locked in quite a bit, at least especially over in my region. But for Africa, they're not rolling with it. They like their utility junglers. They'll take you junglers. We've seen the Fredrin, seen a lot of the Martyrs. So things that we might see keep remaining double down as we head in for get ready for game 2.
We've even seen a lot of tank Lancelot, 2 instances or 3, if I'm not mistaken, of tank Lancelot, but it's a bit boring to keep seeing Lancelot everywhere. He's very, very good, but you want that excitement, you want that game changer assassin. A Hayabusa ultimate could get a kill on the enemy mage, enemy jungler even enemy marksman. Even the roamer could get punished by the Hayabusa's damage, which is very interesting that he hasn't been picked, which is very surprising for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, new region, new meta, a lot of different comforts, a lot of different pocket picks. So I feel like that's kind of what we're in the midst of. I wouldn't call it anything more than that. It's just different strokes for different folks.
Of course. But the only 2 instances I was happy when I saw that Bane, but it wasn't picked, and when I saw that Saber being shown and it wasn't picked. It's a bit depressing, but hey, what can you do? Maybe we're gonna see Mopa Zane of Middle Eastern Northern Africa. Who knows?
Who knows? I'm not really sure how it works for the guidelines here to be able to participate, but that would be pretty cool. These teams out here, but I think we got enough right here at home for them, keeping it in the region and keeping it strong. Again, like we said, as we're looking very potentially be able to close out this series here, hoping though for that 3rd match of the night, the first full series. It's only been 3 attempts so far, but still, it still counts. We're 0 for 3 right now, or 0 for 5 technically. We got to try to get one.
There is a chance there's going to be a 3rd game today, but who knows? A 3rd round, I mean. Maybe Morocco sweeps Algeria. I hope that's not the case. Maybe we're going to see 3 games played. There could be an insane late game potential. There could be a very, very long game, which is what I hope for. This was the longest game of the season. I think it was ended at 27 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. For this last one?
Yeah, for this last one.
Did we reach 27 minutes?
I think we reached 27 minutes.
Wow. It's a long time. I remember hitting this. I didn't remember seeing 27 minutes.
I think it was 27 minutes, either 27 or 17, but still, it was a very, very long game, the longest of the series so far, which is very interesting. I liked seeing what they can do in the late game. We saw that Leslie, it was a pretty scary pick, but that Ayato on that Melissa, he couldn't do basically anything. Even if he used conceal on that first kill, he couldn't hide from her. It's a bit of a shame that we didn't see more of the Leslie. If there was a bit of gold lane pressure from side of Algeria, maybe they could have done something in the late game. They had a tank Lancer, they could have went in, went out, easily get a free kill on the top lane, but no luck.
Right, but I mean, still excited to see. I mean, that was one of the picks I was calling and hoping to see drafted, and it got locked in. So I was just happy to see it get picked up. I didn't care how it really performed. It's just the fact that they felt just the way I felt, that it was a great fit here, even if they didn't make it fit the best.
Of course, I mean, hey, anything can work out. Maybe there's going to be a Bane, maybe there's going to be an Alpha, who knows? Maybe there's going to be even a Layla pick. There's the possibility. Layla got recently buffed. Just at 0.5 seconds stun now. She can be a menace to deal with in the late game as well, just like Leslie, but there's also the chance of that happening or not happening.
Low chances indeed, but speaking of chances, I think we got a high chance to see an electrifying match here. Again, this is where teams are made. This is where mentals are either proven or shaken here. This is going to be an elimination match for Algeria. So a lot on the line here. Still battling for pride in Eagle. So we don't have too much longer to wait. Game's being right around our corner. But potentially as well, maybe we'll get to that later down the road. We'll approach and see how things are going. But for right now, the match is right around the corners, Dakota. So I'm still feeling hype. I know you're feeling hype. We've been here for a while. I've been up for quite some time now. Very early for my time. I know it's a little later for you. I got up around 8 a.m. currently almost 2 o'clock. We've spent some time here today for Africa regional qualifiers, man. Are you still feeling good? Still feeling pins and needles for this one?
I'm still feeling hype. I want to see what can be picked that hasn't been seen yet. Maybe an alpha strategy that we haven't seen. I'm still hoping that we're going to see some of the heroes that got recently buffed. Alpha, Minotaur, or the Bane, of course. The Bane is a very, very good anti-tank. Even in the gold lane, I have seen some gold lane Banes recently. And they have been very, very hard to deal with.
Right, they have been hard, and that is also something strange that I see over here. Maybe not the Bane and Minotaur so much. I know Minotaur's been rising, but Alpha has been killing it right now. At least over here for the NA region, I know he's been getting spammed a lot in the jungle. A lot of players are loving him right now. They like what they've done as far as the adjustments for him for patch 1.7.82. So not seeing him used over here at all it's a little shaking. It's a little different. But again, like I said, they've kind of been filling their usual suspects, the Fred, the Martis, the Lancelot, and that's kind of just what they've been liking to use. So I don't know, maybe it's just not something that they care for, or it hasn't caught on yet. I'm not sure how much teams have experimented out here in this region. So that's also a thing that could be possible.
Of course, they still around the tank jungler meta, which is still very, very hard to counter, even with an alpha still. Martis versus an alpha is a very interesting matchup, but the alpha can win. The sustain from alpha with the bloodlust tag, the jungle emblem even, it's very hard to deal with if you do not have anti-heal early game, of course, but these professional levels are going to know how to counter him. Maybe they even have experimented, but they didn't find the right match for him.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they do have things for the match for him, but I don't know. Again, still strange that we haven't seen anything. I guess maybe it could be also because, you know, this is a qualifier type thing, right? So maybe teams are just not too eager to use something they're not really accustomed to. It'd be different maybe if this was like a smaller tournament, maybe not something that they're competing for their country to go to IESF or for Romania. That could be a thing that's holding these teams back from experimenting too much, because you really want these wins, right? You really want these wins. You don't want to goof it off and throw a match over to a team, especially in the best of 3. If you give a match, you're literally at elimination point right there. Like the next game, you gotta win or you're done. So maybe not the best time to experiment with those patch note changes, but maybe down the road.
Of course, but maybe they're keeping their cards close to their chest so that they don't relay their struts on stream in the qualifier. Maybe they're keeping that alpha locked and loaded for the IESF in the Romania. Of course, as you said, maybe they're just keeping it as poker. They're keeping the close to the chest. They don't want to show their cards yet. They're keeping the tricks in their sleeves. There could be very dangerous picks in the tournament. It's a global tournament, but these are only the qualifiers. This is just a slice of the fruit.
Right, slice of the fruit. But word did just come back. Here's Dakota, and definitely shatters my heart. But it seems that a default has happened. Morocco will be taking a second victory here. I assume Algeria, something going on their side, wasn't able to get into this match ready up in time. So it's unfortunately going to end into another sweep. And that means Morocco is going to end up taking that second place spot. Algeria will finish this competition here at 0-2. They will put up no points. Morocco will net up 2. And of course, like we said, Egypt, the qualified team for this group of teams in the Africa regional qualifiers. Amazing job to them. And unfortunately, we didn't get to close out this the way we wanted to for day 1, but still had some exciting matches, even though we missed just 1 there, maybe potentially 2 if Algeria would have been able to get a win. Maybe.
Hey, everything could have happened. Maybe there was an issue in their internet. Maybe something happened behind the lines. Maybe they just surrendered. Who knows? There's the possibility that maybe.
Wait, I win.
I win. Moroccan.
I went for Morocco. You went for Algeria. I won.
Wow! Look at what Algeria did me dirt today. I can't believe it. Wow.
That's right. Love to see it, man. Hey, when Deku bets on them, you bet on the team Deku bets on.
And we just have gotten wording that Algeria has actually forfeited. As I said, they surrendered, which is a shame. Even so, maybe they could have played it for fun. It's still an opportunity for them, but we're going to be grateful that we have already seen these 3 teams compete for the qualifier for the Northern Africa. And soon we're going to see the Western Africa and Southern Africa teams as well, which I'm very, very excited for.
That's right. And like I said, if you're looking at the screen there, you can see the teams from Northern Africa. That will be Egypt. We have Western Africa still up on the board and Southern Africa as well. But for me here, Coach Deco, all the way from North America, it has been a pleasure, truly an honor to be able to cast day one of the Africa Regional Qualifiers. Unfortunate ending, but a great start nonetheless to a monumental event for the 15th anniversary.
Of course, and I was Zakota representative, hopefully, of the European Mobile Legends region, and it was a very, very nice experience to see how the strats of the players in Africa are, and it was very incredible to work with you. You were very professional. It was interesting, but I hope we work as well in the future on the other games as well.
That's right. So that'll be all from me, from Coach Deku to North Africa. Thank you for having us.
Same from me. Thank you from Zakota. I want to see you guys in my city, my home of Romania. I am very, very hyped to have you here. Maybe we're going to even meet in person. Who knows? There's the possibility of that. Maybe I'll take your interview. But that was all from me. Thank you for having me.
Have a good one.
Goodbye.
It's time.